Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hello? Oh, I gotta get my hat on. Give me 1 second. I gotta get my hat on. Okay. Alright. Hat is on. Alright. We are good. Hello. How's everybody? How's everybody doing? Your friendly neighborhood hacker man's here? Hacker man's. I'm in. How's everybody doing? Supposedly, guys, supposedly we got Starship sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be making plans on Monday. On the 10th. Yeah. Oh, nice, Nick. There you go. Right on, right on. So yeah, I wouldn't be making plans next Monday. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be a good day. Anyway, so I have truck updates if you want. The whole rear end is painted. If you look, I got it all painted. That's pretty neat. Red. Rojo. Red and black looks cool, man. Yeah, so that should be going in sooner rather than later. I have all the other parts to put it all back together. So that's good. Yep, yep. Very good. Yep. Should be good. Yeah, that paint is still drying if it looked a little wet. Stacking a starship should be happening today. I have Starbase Live open on the other monitor. Just in case. Just in case. Just in case. See? We got it over here. See? I got the side-by-sides. There we go. Just in case. Somebody tell the Sky Dairy Queen to turn the Blizzard machine off. Yeah. Ernock, look. Look. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, it looks good, right? It looks very nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. Sawyer, what's going on? Why is the top of Starship dark? That's the re-entry. That's the thermal protection system, man. What are you talking about? Are you talking about... Oh, boy. You talking about this part right here? That's the tiles. It's actually not dark on the other side. See, it's shiny. Yeah, it's got tiles on it, like the space shuttle. They might have to destack right before the launch attempt to install the flight termination system charges. Oh. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool. Ingram, hey, 4-month resub. Thank you. All right, so... we're going to work on the lander today in KSP, but yeah, I'm still kind of waking up, dude. I've been foot to tail on the damn truck for past couple of days. KSP time? Yeah, here, let me load up Kerbal and we'll go from there. But yeah, I got Starbase up over on the other monitor. If we see something, I'll let you know. There we go. I mean, if that thing, dudes, I'm not trying to parrot Elon, but if that thing gets off of the pad, that's gonna be pretty damn impressive. Yeah. That's really it, dude. If it leaves the pad, if they can get 20 hold down points to simultaneously detach, I'll be very impressed. Like, the ground service equipment here in this particular case is way more complicated. Well, you know what? I don't think it's way more complicated than a rocket, but it's more complicated than most pads. Now, do I think Starship will end up landing down in the ocean? That's possible. And 22 umbilicals, yeah. It's possible, dudes. It's possible. It's possible it could make the whole thing. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Here, let's load up last game we played in Kerbal. I mean, if they can just get a good separation, a clean sep, I'll be pretty damn impressed. Like, if that thing just gets up and away from the pad, then we're good. I will call that a success. There we go. Oh yeah, the landing legs. We need to design a better landing leg today. We figured out that you could. We can do Kraken tech, dudes. We can do it. No challenge this week? I believe the challenge was copy bearers or whatever, dude. So, I don't know. Nice. Nice. So, we need to engineer a better landing leg today. Because we figured out a way to get the K-Tech working. The real key is to just separate one at a time. Yeah, separate one at a time. That's the key. And then all the struts can't be in 4x symmetry or the game pretty much breaks. So, if you guys are wondering, what the frick am I looking at here? Let me show you. We've been busy. Big Altair. Big Altair. Yep. So here, let me take this off here for a moment. And let me show you. We've been doing things. Okay. Alright, so check this out. Let's get up in the air a little ways. So this is a gigantic lander that's designed to work with Triton. Okay? It's designed to go on top of Triton, hence why it's so wide. It is a wide boy lander. Now, wide boy lander also does this. But there's a problem when we try to deploy all the landing legs on my wide boy lander. That's the problem right there. The problem is, docking vessel hierarchy in this game is a little strange. And we can't get all the landing legs to deploy. However, watch this. You see how I deployed this landing leg and none of the struts are attached? Watch this. If we drop a quick save and then we hit the quick load. Bang and hit the quick load. Watch. Watch the struts. Well, they never fall symmetrically, Eric. That's the problem. Uh-oh. Happy learned how to putt. Uh-oh. Dude, check it out. Look. The struts rerun if you leave scene and come back. So we can make absolute unit of landing legs if we could just figure out a good way to do it. We just got to figure out a good Kraken tech hinge. And then the struts and the subassembly for the leg just need to be in single symmetry. Now fold them back. No. Have you tried staggered deployment? Staggered deployment breaks the game, Talon, because the struts are in symmetry. Yeah, it doesn't exactly work how we want. What have you been building the last couple of KSP sessions? I haven't checked in much. Well, this. What is this? Don't worry about it. This looks explodey? No, it's Kraken Tech, man. Kraken Tech landing legs, dude. Kraken Tech landing legs. Kraken Tech landing legs. Just land on one leg, 5 head. Nodders. So I've been building a big lander for this. It's similar to the old Condor 9 drummer. Yep, that's it. It's a lander for this. Do you love it? Big old Jimmy hinges. Jimmy hinges. Wow, that's a throwback. It's landed in 14 inches of snow. I don't want them, Evans. Gandalf 9. So, drummer, this is Condor 9's big brother. His name is Philip. You have a question? Okay. You named that hinge 6 years ago. It was named after the guy that made it. I didn't invent Kraken Tech, guys. I Henry Forded Kraken Tech. That's the right way to say that. The Germans invented the automobile, but Henry Ford really made the automobile. You know what I'm saying? Drummer, do you like it? Do you love it? Do you need it? This is Triton. Triton is Condor 9's bigger brother. Way bigger brother. Considering Condor 9 could pretty much almost fit inside of that payload fairing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The liftoff. We have a liftoff. 19 minutes past the hour. Akimbo launch towers. How many engines could Starship lose on the first stage flight? Dude, like half of them. The clock is running. The clock is running. Yeah, this isn't... Yeah, you're right, Jim. This is just pushing Kerbal away. You're not wrong. So, this is my new lifter for Kerbal. It does 280 tons. But actually, it can pretty much do 300. It can do 300 tons into space. It is a chonker of a lifter, 10 meter diameter. And it's got 9 engines. Those Mammoth 2s really pack a punch, man. They're really good motors. Have you played SnowRunner before? Yeah, of course. Reaver, yeah, I've played it. I'm working on an axle for my truck right now, so we can play SnowRunner in real life. Oh, that's not... I need more axles if we're gonna do that. And by working on it, I mean that thing is literally indestructible. It didn't need anything, so I just painted it. That is a open diff 370, so no, it doesn't have lockers on it. We could see that this game is well optimized. It's not bad for what it is, but it's rough right now, but it's early access, man. Of course, KSP1 was like this. Challenge, 350-ton lifter. Nick, if I put a third stage on this, this could move 350, no problem. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, pal. I kind of made this thing to push the limits of the game. There's a launch pad down there. I built the tower and everything for it. I made this to see what the game can do. And don't, you know, like, the frames down here are pretty bad, but that's with simulation, man. Like, that's an important thing to understand. It's the CPU that's bottlenecking, not the graphics. Look, when I unpause it, graphics go up to 20. 2024, you know? The combined, CPU, GPU is not the best. But, yeah. It's early access, man. Give it some time. Game's fun. I'm having fun with it. Hey, Crazy Sniper, I'm good. I mean, this is about the frames we'd be getting with Kerbal 1 with a vehicle this big. What's the little chrome thing on the side of the rocket? Ullage motors, J-Nick. No, it's actually the graphics that are bottlenecking the CPU, Drummer. They're using procedural quaternons for the terrain, literally the same thing as KSP1, which is why I say, me saying that it's about the same as KSP1 is not bullcrap, because it is. The same terrain generation system called the procedural quaternon system is being used in KSP2 right now as a placeholder. Well, they redo it. They're replacing it with a more optimized system. Yeah, it's the terrain generation system. Basically, the graphics card can render all the damn terrain really, really quickly. And then it sends it to the CPU, which plugs it through the simulation, right? It sends all that information to the CPU, and the CPU can't send it back fast enough to the GPU. They're rewriting it to, I forget the acronym for the new one, but I forget the name of the new one, but the acronym is CBTS. So, dude, in the future, it's actually not the physical simulation of parts that's bottlenecking the game. It's the terrain. Because watch, as we get higher and higher, the frame rate will go up.
Discovery.
CBTS, Daves. Concurrent binary trees for LOD selection. Yeah, that's what it's called. But yeah, this is Triton. Triton is my new launch vehicle, and I'm currently building a lander for this thing. I want to build a lander because we had kind of an epiphany idea the other day. Build constellation architecture with this. Scale up constellations architecture to work with this. Guys, Triton is gigantic. It is a 10-meter diameter rocket. Those are Mammoth 2 motors. They look like swivel motors because the scale of this rocket is really hard to convey. If you want good scale, look at the vernier thrusters. That's a vernier. It's quite small. Hey, Nuclear, what's going on, man? Been busy with school recently. What have I missed? Triton and the lander that I'm building for it, Nuclear, is it. How's school going? What are you doing in school right now, if you don't mind me asking? So you're preparing for the colonies update? J-Nick, I have a feeling that we're gonna need a 10-meter wide fairing, 300-ton lifter in the future. So yeah, there's only one place to go from here, and that's Sea Dragon. If this, yeah, Hivno, we actually did the math out. If this rocket existed, this is pretty much the size of Saturn Nova. Yeah, Saturn Nova, so Saturn V's bigger brother. So this rocket would be 15-meter diameter and about 110 meters tall. So 45 feet wide. I'll say that again. Actually, it's more 50-foot core diameter and about 350 feet tall. It's Nova. It's literally Nova. It's Nova and Falcon 9 if they had a kid. Because my first stage is designed to be boosted back, which is coming in patch 2, which should be in the coming weeks. Like they said the next 2 weeks a week ago. So maybe this week or next. Stand by for Miko. Now, you were wondering what the silver things were on the side. Watch this. Separator motors. Ready? See? Good separation flight. Stand by for upper stage ignition. One of those old... Oh, this is the old version. I fixed that in the most updated version. One of the ullage motors just fires forever. See? I need... Separatrons aren't big enough to move this stage away. We need flea motors as the separator motors to get this thing to get away from the first stage. But I'm designing it so that thing can come back down and land. You can boost back and land if you want. Hey, Congalas! That's a tier 1 sub. Thanks, buddy. Stand by for fairing separation. Oh, please don't kill me. It's gonna kill me. We're gonna get karate chopped, aren't we? Those fairings, when they go down, sometimes they jump down towards the ground, and when they do, they... Oh, they didn't do it that time. Oh, there they go. Dude, it can karate chop the ship. I get it, Jim. I'm coasting a little bit. We're coasting to AP because the ascent was kind of bad. Yeah, those are the SEP motors, dude. Hey, Green Tea, what's up, man? Finishing your day? Right on, dude. Right on. I mean, Jim, that first stage really packs a punch, man. I mean, dude, this thing is not light. This is about 600 tons of upper stage and payload here. And it, dude, it threw it up into a suborbital trajectory with a 134 AP, which is, that's pretty unbelievable. I would say that this rocket probably with 200 tons exactly could probably boost back and land the first stage. No problem. Yeah. Nice, Nick. There you go. Can you imagine Kerbal in Microsoft Flight with live weather? That would be sweet, dude. Is it better to not go straight up until you're into the thinner parts of the atmosphere? Moonshadow, it's better to fly on a parabolic curve. So the further your flight time, the less steep you are. That's the right way to do it. So, I mean, if you want to speak in like plain English, dude, like plain Jane English, like, you know, this is the surface. You generally don't want your trajectory to be up and over like that. That's not what you want. You want something like this. Right? And you ideally want stage separation somewhere like right here. You know, it's parabolic. So yeah, generally you want to go up first and then go that way. I always tell people this is the first stage job, to go up. Second stage's job is to go fast. That's the important thing to understand. And this right here is why staging exists in the first place, because it takes a lot of power to go up, but it takes even more power to go fast. And if you could split the difference, right? Well, that's the reason why they invented staging. What up, Harp? How you doing, man? So the cool thing about this stage, we can coast to 137 here. I have verniers on board too, so we can position the stage. See the verniers? Little jets. So it has, my second stage has RCS for precise positioning and deployment. Boo! What's up, buddy? All right, let's punch it, Chewie. Punch it, Chewie! But yeah, this thing, if you watch me playing Kerbal 1, this is a Sky Tug. It's my old school Sky Tug design. It's just encased in fairings. That's basically what it is. That's why they should launch rockets here. They just fall out of the atmosphere. Yeah, that's right, mate. Yep. SVO, 12 parsec trip. Yeah. Did the Kessel run in 12 parsecs. What's up, Ops? How you doing, man? Ops, you see the Melbourne race? I'm sorry, Melbourne, dude. Do you launch from a pad down under? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, check this out, dudes. We just yeeted 288 tons into a 167, but actually that's a little bit high. Did this version have the full tank on it? Yep, it did. We just yeeted 288 tons into a 167 by 116 orbit, and the second stage has 400 meters a second delta V left. I actually think our TWR on our second stage is too high. We could probably do with I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. All right. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, I actually probably could tone it down to 3 engines. We probably don't need 5, but 5 is going to be good because I want to be able to boost back and land the first stage. Don't mess around with the guy in sheds, no. All right. So that's Triton. Triton's a good rocket, man. It takes a second to get it up into space, but when it gets up there, it can move a pretty insane amount of stuff. What did you think about all the red flags in Melbourne? Jigsy, You know what, man? I've been watching Formula 1 for a long time, dude. I'm watching it for a long time. By past Formula 1, like if you compare this thing to past Formula 1, it was a cluster frick. That was one of the worst races of all time. Like if you compare it, that was terrible. That was like Baku 2017 tier. It was ridiculous. But also at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't have fun watching it. It was fun to watch. It was a freaking mess, but it was fun to watch. Lando was streaming and talking about it. He said the same thing. It was fun, man. I enjoyed it. I think that Haas got the shaft because of that sector timing rule on the second red flag restart, but hey, yeah, it's I mean, Ops, I think McLaren got the shaft too. Yeah, if they had adhered to apparently on a red flag restart, on a red flag standing start restart, if you don't make it to the first sector, it doesn't count. So if your car is good enough to compete and you lost a bunch of positions, you could just get your position back. That's the only real problem that I had with the entire race. Everything else was fun, man. It was fun to watch. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it wasn't. It was a fun race to watch. I enjoyed it. I mean, Ferrari got the shaft, so Carlos got the shaft. I don't understand how Stroll didn't get called for a penalty, but Sainz did by literally doing the same thing. One of them is a racing incident. The other is a 5-second time penalty. I'm not 100% sure on the ruling there, but oh well. I saw a random tweet saying Starship is going to be launched on 410 because of some FAA document. Was that real or an April Fool's thing? JDG, the marine traffic updates have been here. Look, here, check this out. Does this look fake to you? is it? Where is it? Yeah, Stroll was fine. Leg pinched him. All right, Dingenberg. I'm not saying it doesn't matter what happened, right? Like, you could make the same case. You could make the same case with Carlos. Just saying. It's. I don't know what to tell you, homie. It was Carlos's fault. Shame. Yeah, I mean, but then again, you know, I'm like, the thing is, fellas, like, regardless, I'm expecting Ferrari to do terribly. I'm expecting them to do terribly. That's kind of the expectation here. So, you know, I'm just kind of in it for a nice race, for a fun race, and I had fun. I had fun watching it. So, yep. The backup dates are 4/11, April 11th and 12th, 2023. That's kind of terrible to watch. Your heart seems content on that, Dink, so that's fine. So, yeah, I would think that this is probably going to happen, dudes. Being a Ferrari fan is hard work? No, the key is to just go in with no expectations. Yep. I got my wife into Drive to Survive, and she picked Charles as her driver, so when she asked about Melbourne, I had to tell her how... Yep. Mm-hmm. What's the link for that page? It's kind of... The link sucks. I'm posting it in chat, but it's a... Actually, it's not too bad. When was the Starship? Razzie, the 10th. The 10th. Do you think Red Bull runs away with the championship? De nada. So being a Ferrari fan is punishment. I'm one of them. See you. I've been I'm a Ferrari fan. Been a Ferrari fan since '96, dude. When Gerhard Berger and Gina Lisi were the drivers. And get this. Old school Formula One fans will understand what I'm talking about here. Ferrari at the time, when I was a Ferrari fan, when I became a Ferrari fan, I still am, unfortunately. Ferrari's numbers were 27 and 28. If you know why their numbers were 27 and 28, then you'll, yeah. Then you'll understand that they were terrible in the 90s, except in the late 90s when they got Schumi and a bunch of other guys. Yep. Yeah, so old school Formula One rules, the number of your car was where you placed in the Drivers' Championship last year. Or where that chassis placed in the Drivers' Championship. 27 and 28 means you're terrible. So if these are old school Formula One rules, it doesn't work like that anymore. They changed it a couple years ago. But if you had car number 1, that means you won the World Driving Championship the previous year. Yeah, crazy, right? So Ferrari was 27 and 28. I remember not liking Damon Hill and David Coulthard because damn Williams drivers. I'm Italian, started watching F1 in 1993, so yeah, it was painful. It sucked, Marco. And then in the early 2000s, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was awesome. I still don't like David Coulthard. Yeah, me neither.
Discovery.
Hey, Jig. There you go. Thanks for the Prime sub, man. So, yeah. Schumi, Hakkinen, Coulthard, Fisichella, so many good guys. Dude, Ralph Schumacher, Michael Schumacher. Yeah, man, that was a good time. Fun. Those races were fun as hell to watch, man. They were nuts. I thought it was going to be awesome last year with the Windmill Challenge. I mean, Dink, I will say this. They should not have gotten rid of Binotto. Everybody says Binotto left, but he didn't leave. They pressured him out. They said, quit or you're fired. Do you know Gilles Villeneuve? Yep. Yeah, of course, G. Number 1 will be back in Maranello. See? In good time. Do you think Russell got screwed by Toto bringing him in well in the lead on lap 10? No. No. That was a good call. Until they red flagged the race for some weird reason. I'm not 100% sure the red flag rulings there. That's just unlucky, dude. That's just terrible luck, dude. That happens. Ask me how I know. See previous subject matter. Did you see the new Dynamo Dream episode? I don't know what that is, Lucas. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Stefan. Neat. So, Jigsy, he had a turbo failure. That was a turbo failure all day. I don't know for... I'll be honest. I don't know for sure, but blue smoke coming out the exhaust, turbo failure. The turbine overheated. And the oil system, the lubrication system, when the turbine overheats, it warps. And when it warps, oil leaks out of the turbine housing and into the turbine. And when oil burns, it burns blue. Believe it or not. Yeah, the smoke from oil is blue. And there was a ton of blue smoke coming out. You could see the exact point of failure on the turbine. It's turbine failure all day. And then, yeah, because there was... the cool thing is it basically turned the header collector into an afterburner. That's kind of neat. Did you see the flames shooting out the back? It turned it into an afterburner. Basically, the oil was leaking through the seals and hitting the turbine blade and just combusting. It was so hot, it just burned it right off, and it made flames, dude. It made it into an afterburner. It wanted to be a turbojet, not a turbocharger. I don't blame it. If it is turbine failure, Jigs, the power unit should be fine. Yeah, because it's all turbine. You got a big problem if it leaked out the compressor. If it went out the compressor housing and then into the motor, then you got a problem. Yeah. I think this really goes without saying, but you know, an engine has a piston going up and down, and the oil needs to stay on the bottom of the piston for the most part. If there's oil on the top of the piston, well, oil does burn, but it is oil, hydraulic, and hydraulic doesn't jive too well with the piston going up and down when it's designed to compress gas. So you'll auto combust and you'll detonate inside of the combustion chamber. Yeah, it'll basically turn into a diesel for a second, and then because it's not a diesel and it tries to be a diesel, it'll fail miserably. So if turbine went out the compressor housing, you got a problem. But I don't think it did. I think it leaked into the turbine housing. Yep. Dynamo Dream is a sci-fi series made by a couple guys with Blender. Neat. Toto said there was damage to the pistons. It leaked out the turbine housing, Sam. Yeah. That's complete turbine failure. Or complete turbocharger shaft failure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that means it leaked both ways. So, whoops. Aren't the compressor and the turbine separated on the Mercedes? Yeah, of course they are, Radix, but the shaft that connects the turbine and the compressor aren't, as far as I know. If it's just a regular turbocharger, they're on one shaft. They are separate housings, but the oil lubrication goes through into the axle to keep the axle lubricated because it spins really fast. The idea is you want to kind of submerge the axle in oil. So if for whatever reason it overheats right? Or it just gets oil starved for a second, the shaft actually warps and it screws up the seals and oil leaks out both sides. That's turbine failure. That's what happens. And then it seizes up and then, well, that's what happens. It's not fun, but yeah. That's crazy, Electron. Nice. All right, so anyway. Yeah, Hellfish, it is nice outside. Here, Hellfish, check this out. She's all painted up. It's just, I'm just letting the darker paint dry there. Still a little wet, dude. But yeah, sooner rather than later, that'll be all hooked up. Guys, this and a couple of other projects is what I've been working on. That's why I've been stopping the stream at like 8, 9 o'clock. Trying to get this finished for the wedding, dudes. That's not outside. It's in your garage. I know. Thank you for reminding me. If I open the garage door, it'd be outside. Just saying. But yeah, that's it. Actually, you know what? Let me go take a look. I want to see if the paint's dry. Maybe at the end of the stream, guys, I'll take that thing and we'll install it. I painted it right before the stream, so you know, at the end of like solid 8 hours of playing Kerbal, it should be dry to the touch. But let me go take a look. I'll be right back. Does it taste dry yet? Eh. The red was, I was checking to see if the red was cured. I painted the red over the weekend. It's engine enamel, so it takes a little while to cure. But it does look nice. It does look good, man. Oh, that's live. I thought it was a photo. Yeah, J-Nick, that's my garage, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's up at the front of the garage. I made a little painting station up there. And it's near, the reason why it's near the garage door is because ventilation and stuff. Works pretty good. I mean, there's dust in the paint, but I don't care. It's the rear end. Who cares? I just want it to look nice. It doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad. Open the pod bay, it'll dry faster. No, I'm good. Alright, so we need to work on making a new landing leg subassembly here. We need to make a leg that works. I'm trying to think what, you know, if there's anything that we could make the hinges out of that the game wouldn't completely take a dump with. I think you'll plant your potatoes today. Nice. Nice. Here, let's take that off. My life is potato. Marvin, you did good. So yeah, what this thing is designed to do is it's designed to have deployable landing legs. The problem is the docking vessel hierarchy in this game is a little bit strange. But we did figure out ways to get around it. And the way was basically doing that. Here, let me show you. Putting probe cores on the landing legs did seem to make it work better. But we got to do some probe core testing today too. So let's see. The interesting thing here is that it's defaulting control to the landing leg. Look at the nav ball. The nav ball is defaulting control to those parts, which is very, very strange here. And if I control from here, right, we go back to Marvin's control. It's interesting because, yeah, weird place to do that. So, here, watch. Let's see if deploying the landing legs now actually makes a difference. We got 3 out of 4. That's not bad, but we can do better. Why does this thing always want to go near the fuel depots? Never wants to go out in the open. It always wants to go over that. So the cool thing that we learned about landing legs, guys, is here. Watch this. Check this out. So if I just give this thing a little bit of a pulse and we quick save, I quick saved right when it was in the air, right? And we load that quick save. Like I hopped it right there for a second, right? And we load the quick save. Watch the struts, which are undone on the landing legs. Watch this. If your power plant fails, T-Man, you're screwed in more ways than one. You only have a certain amount of power plants per season. Why didn't those struts rerun? That's strange. That thing is acting like those struts are there, but it's not. So the idea is that we can make a gigantic freaking lander and have deployable landing legs. I just need to figure out a way to get them to deploy and sequence correctly. I think deploying one at a time is the right move. And if deploying one at a time is the right move, then we have to take the landing legs and the struts out of symmetry. So if we're going to do that, we might as well engineer a better landing leg. So, what did you use as the hinges? RCS balls for the axle, J-Nick, and then I-beams as the housing. I gotta come up with a little bit of a better hinge. Part of the reason why all these don't just snap dock at the same time is because they're moving around in the hinges, because the hinge tolerance, basically the tolerance on the hinge isn't good enough. We gotta make a better hinge. And that's kind of what I want to mess with today. I was curious about it. I don't know that much about F1 engines. I just like racing. Of course, you do. A lot of people. That's fine, T-Man. Most people that like rockets also like race cars too, dude, so. Don't worry about it. All right, so here's what we'll do. Let me get one of these, and we'll just build off of this for now. Are the stock landing legs not big enough? What do you mean? What I don't understand what you're trying to get at. What do you mean, are they not big enough? Why would I be building my own landing legs if they were big enough? Okay, two things. No, they're not big enough. Second part about that, Bear, is I don't trust them. I don't trust these things. They're nice, but I don't trust them, homie. I really don't. They're great landing legs. They're really cool, but they're landing legs. I don't trust them. I think they're cool, but with such a Gigantor freaking lander, dude, I need a more specialized design. So, let's work on building out that hinge today. So, let me think. What would be a good part to hold this stuff on? So we can't build it in symmetry, right? The phantom forces in the game are palpable. Haven't been here in a large capacity in a few days, so I'm playing catch up. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. I think going with the truck chassis attachment would be good because there's a lot of attachment points on this thing. I think that would actually be a good idea. This would be a good mount for the engines. Okay, so we need to make a hinge, dude. And yeah, there's not many parts that are good enough to do it. These the tubes actually might... The tubes have a ring collider, and actually that ring collider is quite nice. Yeah, it's all good, Bob Bear. How you been, dude? And Nuclear, if you're still here, Nuclear Drifting, I asked you how's school going, and I missed your response, probably because somebody talked to me about Formula One, and I never hesitate to describe my misery when it comes to being a Formula One fan. I don't think Nuke's still here. I think he went back to doing his work. You know what you can do with an aluminum tube? I do, actually. So because this is circular, we might actually be able to make a really, really nice collider. Or a nice hinge here. See what I mean? We can use radial symmetry to our advantage here and make a really, really nice box. Because with this, that part is collidable, but the tube part actually isn't. So if I attach this here and you make the tube ain't collidable. It's just geometry. It's not like a shape. Yeah, Doom, something like that. The plus side, Mercedes might actually be able to challenge. Yeah. Oh boy, more Mercedes and Red Bull wins. That's you know I love that. Oh, I've been watching NASCAR dot dash. Yeah, dude, I've frankly been having more fun watching that, to be honest with you. That and Indy. Indy at TMS was really fun. That was a good race. I usually have the races on Sundays when I'm working on the truck. I'm watching everything, dude. Formula 1, NASCAR, and Indy. Good stuff. You have a gut feeling that the orbital flight test is going to be wildly successful? Dune, I wouldn't write it out. I wouldn't write it off. Honestly, I really wouldn't. Yeah, TMS was fun, dot dash. It was a good race. I wouldn't write off a fully successful test. I mean, you know, it is new hardware, but one of the harder things to get right with building a new launch vehicle is the avionics. And you know, SpaceX has a lot of they have a lot of flight research. They have a lot of flight experience, you know, with Falcon 9. So Elon has said, actually, which is actually pretty smart. It's a pretty astute thing to point out. Here, let me. I'm just gonna make a craft file here. The interesting thing to point out is that, well, you see my Jebstone 1B rocket right here, right? So this is an S1B, a Saturn 1B. If I launch it with no probe with just a probe core, the same probe core that makes this thing go, that tiny rocket can make Triton go. This thing. The same probe core. So avionics is something where the mass of it stays constant despite the higher dry and wet mass of a launch vehicle. And the avionics is a big deal. That is a big hurdle to overcome. Now, don't get me wrong. Copying and pasting avionics into new launch vehicles, I'm not gonna lie, that has not panned out in the past. Case in point, when they took Ariane 4's flight software and just put it in Ariane 5's, and Ariane 5 took a left turn when it was going up into space and blew up. Yep. It's flying just fine, and then it went like this, and then exploded. Yep, so... it's just something to consider, I guess, you know, like... Is the Saturn V avionics software available anywhere? Is it still a guarded secret? I have no idea. Oh, Phil has it right there. So, you know, all of the flight data from Falcon 9 could help. It could really help it. Now, keep in mind, like, I mean, I saw someone in chat said the flip and burn is totally new, right? That's going to be uncharted. But honestly, if the orbital flight test gets that far, if they get to the point where they propulsively land Starship in the ocean, I'm gonna be pretty damn impressed, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty impressed. If it gets that far, I would already call it a success. Because remember, OFT-1's primary goal is to test the booster and to test hypersonic reentry for Starship. It's not necessarily testing landing. They already know landing works. If Starship gets through reentry, I will be very impressed. That is like a 154% win. So yeah, just some stuff to kind of consider, dudes. No one's done a hypersonic belly flop through the upper atmosphere. Yeah, on the contrary, Aqualux, they were doing that for 30 years with that flying space truck. Yeah, believe it or not, dude. And I know you're gonna go Google everything that you could possibly Google about the space shuttle versus Starship's flight trajectory. They're actually really similar. The only difference is after you do that belly flop. Like after you fall out of the atmosphere, you slow down enough. Starship's reentry trajectory and the shuttle's reentry trajectory are going to be quite similar. Yeah, they're very close. Now, how Starship is going to fare flying the shuttle's flight trajectory, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit kind of... So... you know, I'm hoping for success, but, you know, with my limited understanding of hypersonics, like, okay, say we're looking at Starship from the front, right? So you have your, you know, you have your Starship here, and then you have your wings, like that, right? With my limited knowledge of hypersonics, right, it's not pointy enough. You have to point it. It's not pointy enough. So here, let me just put some windows here so people understand what the heck we're... Looks like Flappy Bird. So, hypersonics here with this, with a circle shape, aren't bad. The thing is, guys, is that at certain speeds, right? You know, with the bottom of this... I mean, Starship isn't going to fly, right? Like, if this is Starship... Right, you're looking at it from the side. That looks terrible. You're looking at it from the side. You have your wings here. You have your wings there, right? Starship isn't going to experience re-entry heat like this. No way. It's going to be pretty much like that. And it's going to... Re-entry is going to hit it at 90 degrees. Or, you know, they can change the angle of attack with the, you know, with the wings. But therein lies what I'm kind of, like, I'm not concerned about it per se. Because my thing is that, look, man, the SpaceX engineers seem to think that that's a good idea. And I'll be quite honest with you. They know way more about this than I do. So if they think it's a good idea, I'm inclined, I think a good base knowledge point would be like, okay, this is going to work. So how is this going to work, right? So... I'm wondering what the hypersonics are going to be like in this area right here, right? So how hypersonics work, so here, I'll make the hypersonics yellow, all right? So how this is going to work is it's going to have a boundary layer, and the boundary layer, right? The boundary layer is going to look like that because Starship is going to be re-entering it pretty much pointed radial out for the most part, right? Now, if you notice something here, the boundary layer is outside of where the wings are. See what I'm talking about? Boundary layer is outside of where those wings are at. Now, don't get me wrong. In hypersonics, you have a theta angle, right, for your boundary layer. So depending on speed, right, is the angle... Right? If you make an angle right here, see that? Depending on velocity, the angle of the plasma wake, right, is going to be different. So right here, that thing, that's the plasma knife that Peter Beck talks about with Electron. And they actually showed footage of Electron re-entry the other day, and I got to show you guys that. So here's the thing. This changes. It changes with your speed. So when it's going fast, the boundary layer is going to go like this. It'll be steeper. It'll be a lot steeper. But it's going to get to a point where it starts slowing down enough that it's going to go outside of the wings. Now, don't get me wrong. Starship will still be able to maneuver. But the wings will basically be in low pressure. So I'm wondering I'm wondering about the control issues with this. Now, a way to get around that, guys, and once again, this is where my point of concern is. Like, not concern, this is what I'm wondering about. I don't want to say it's a point of concern, because what the hell do I know about this? I don't know anything about this, you know what I mean? I think doing something like this on the bottom of Starship, basically making the bottom kind of concave almost, like this, could help with that, because instead, you're purposely forcing the plasma out and around, and with this design, believe it or not, you'd be able to force it right into the wings. You could force the boundary layer into the wings and make it really, really controllable. The problem with that is that your wings are going to heat up, right? So basically, if they make the bottom kind of like a space shuttle hull, think about like if you took the space shuttle and cut it in half, right? The design, the fuselage looks like this. See what I'm talking about? That's on purpose. That's for better stability, because what does that shape look like? What does it look like? Seriously, what does it look like? If I put a parachute container right here and a window right here and then a hatch right here, what does it look like? Soyuz, it looks like a capsule. That's the idea. That's the whole idea. It looks like a pod. Now, don't get me wrong. A sphere is great. Now, don't get me wrong. A sphere is a great... A sphere is great for reentry, but that is really, really stable. Look what it does with that shear layer right there. And see the bow shock? See, it forces it out and backwards. You'd be able to force the bow shock over the wings to get it to be way more controllable at certain speeds. Because Starship's just going to be doing this. Here, let me show you. Here you go. See what I'm talking about? See the difference making the bottom kind of flat like that makes? Look at the angle. Now, these are Schlieren images, right? And look at the angle of your bow shock here at hypersonic speeds. Look at the differences. You see with the spherical one, it shoots that way out to the side. It almost follows the contour of the shape, right? The Soviets figured this out with Vostok. Vostok was basically a spherical capsule because the sphere is technically the best shape because it keeps the heating the furthest away, right? See how far the bow shock is away? You don't need as much thermal protection system with this design. The problem with that is that it's very uncontrollable. So that's why in the Schlieren image, they have that little beveled out spot. That's kind of going to be what Starship looks like. But look at how little this is disrupting the air. Even that little nubbin out there, it's not leaving a lot of turbulent air behind it because most of the turbulent air gets forced out to the sides. So that could make control issues. Once again, I'm sure SpaceX has a way to solve this problem. I just don't know what it is. So are you positing that the plasma may cut a fin or two off at the root? No. I'm talking about controllability issues, Hellfish. They're going to need to really rely on the RCS with that spherical design. With a cylindric design like this, 90 degrees to reentry. So 90 degrees to laminar flow at hypersonic speed, you really have to rely on the wings or the RCS. Because, well, I said that wrong. You're going to have to rely on your reaction control systems the most. The reason why, the wings aren't going to be able to do much, especially with this type of shape. If you had it flatter like this, if they made the bottom look more, like I said, like a space shuttle hull, right? You see the difference in the bow shock? The theta angle of the bow shock is completely different. See what I'm talking about? I'm actually saying I want that bow shock to go up onto the wings. There's a reason why the wings have tiles on them. To be able to handle that bow shock. So SpaceX has some type of way to channel that boundary layer into the wings. I'm just not sure how they do it. That's what I'm getting at. I'm wondering how you're going to get it to do that, because Starship, for the most part, is this. Not this. If they made the bottom of Starship concave like that, or less concave like this, you could channel that over the wings and do an XB70, so to speak, right? And it'll be really, really controllable, but your wings are going to heat up. What if they fold them all the way back during this period and then slowly deploy them as they slow down? That's most likely what's going to happen, Phil. But once again, you will not be able to rely on those control surfaces for any attitude control. Right? But then again, now that I'm really thinking about it, so did the Space Shuttle did that. But the Space Shuttle also has a ton of RCS on it to balance the design. But you're going to need cross-range capability. You need cross-range capability with Starship. It has to have it. You have to be able to have some cross-range, because if it needs to be able to do a pinpoint landing, right? Like, you think they may lose control. That's correct. I think they're going to have trouble with it, dude. But once again, I'm just I'm an armchair rocket scientist. I am not calling into doubt anything. I'm not trying to say that SpaceX doesn't have it right. If anything, they've already figured out a better way to do it. I mean, I know them. I know the SpaceX engineers. If anything, they've found a better way to do it and absolutely have another solution figured out. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit like, I'm wondering about the control in the hypersonic regime. Like, what is it going to do? Here. Like, I'm really, really kind of interested to see what that does. Because, yeah, this thing is going to need to really rely on its RCS. That's really, really, really important. It really needs to rely on it to get it to balance right in hypersonics, because those wings aren't going to do anything. That's part of the reason why the space shuttle has those big, wide wings for its design, so it can be hypersonically stable. I'm wondering how this is going to hypersonically stabilize. Are you working on the lander with the Kraken legs today? I am, Drac. Yeah, we're just talking about hypersonics. The reason why we're talking about Starship hypersonics is because, dude, there's been FAA postings. Check this out. Now, SpaceX does not have the FAA launch license permit here, but also, take a look. The ATC SCC advisory on the FAA website lists Starship Super Heavy. Primary launch date on the 10th. It does it by name, which is crazy. And also we have Intelsat right there, and then Transporter 7. Oop, what is this? Oh, I loaded up the OFT animation by accident. Sorry, guys. I was wondering, I'm like, did I just break something? That's that OFT video from Ryan Hansen Space. The word's still out on that if we can watch this here, but yeah. Let's just say I'll link this up in chat, and you guys should probably watch that. I watched it yesterday, and it was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good, to say the least. Yeah. Can't get over the sheer size of Starship's insane. It is insane. It's quite literally Triton. Like, well, Starship would be a little bit smaller than this in-game. Starship would be 6 meter wide in-game. So it would be about 2/3 of the size of this. That's my worry. If I recall correctly, Soyuz capsule rocks a fair amount due to the instability the spheres give you. Well, Soyuz is not... Soyuz is a blunt shape, dude. They figured it out. They figured out that the Soviets figured out with Vostok, like here. Like, Agalex, I'm just bringing everybody up to speed here. They figured out... So that's Vostok. That's what Yuri Gagarin launched it. It's basically a sphere. It's basically a sphere with a service module on the back. There's a little tiny service module right there, see? And this thing, it's great for re-entry. It's a very efficient shape, right? But the thing about it is that it tumbles. It tumbles like crazy. I mean, it's really susceptible to doing that. Now, once again, that's kind of, if that's what you're talking about, dude, then yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. That's why the Soviets basically took this design, right? They took this design, and when Korolev came up with the Soyuz design, right? They made the crew tank spherical on one side and flat on the other on purpose. See what I'm talking about? They made it that way on purpose, so it would be a little more stable through re-entry. I mean, it will. It's not as efficient, but see the landing module? It's pod shaped. You know, fellas, you can say whatever you want about what's going on and stuff. Soyuz just looks like a proper spaceship for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. It just looks, yep, that looks like a spaceship to me. I don't know what that's about. It's like how, you know, you see a space shuttle and you're like, yep, that thing goes to space. Soyuz is kind of the same way. Just looks like a spaceship. I'm like, yep, that looks right. Like the solar panels and all the antennas on. I'm like, yeah, that looks like a spaceship for me. Spaceship to me, excuse me. It's not flashy, but it does everything it's supposed to do. Old tricks are the best tricks. Keeps on working, Soviet's Russian test. I mean, it's Soviet, but yeah, Ingram, I understand. I get the gist of what you're saying. Absolutely. Good coolant sprayer. Hey, you know, you need to water the garden. Get a Soyuz to do it, man. Just saying. Anyway. Yeah, a little bit on hypersonics there, but yeah. Pretty cool, right? Hey, Jay, do we know what Starship apogee will be during the orbital flight test? Grabic, judging by the re-entry trajectory, the marine traffic re-entry trajectory, I should have this queued up somewhere. Hey, Erudite, what's going on? Stepping out to drive to work. All right, buddy.
Go at throttle up.
150 meters. I mean, you know what? You know what, BY? Even 150 meters would be fine. I'd take 150 meters. That means it got away from the pad. I see that as an absolute win. Sorry, it's getting toasty in here again because it's warm out. It's starting to get warm out for a change, dude. I'll see that as an absolute win, man, right? It looks like it's going to fly on a high suborbital trajectory. So the orbital flight test, from what I can tell, is going to do one orbit around and land. Like, it's not even going to do one revolution. It's going to go up with a high apogee and come back down. My guess is that it's going to be somewhat like EFT-1, the trajectory from EFT-1. Now, if you don't remember EFT-1, EFT-1 was the first flight test of the Orion heat shield back in 2014, where they launched an Orion and an ICPS basically on a Delta IV Heavy. How'd you like the Terran 1 launch? Terran 1 was dope. Tesla, yeah, it was awesome. So the difference is here, the difference is that OFT-1 went into a parking orbit first and then boosted Orion into a much higher orbit, and then it came back down and landed. Starship is going to do this minus that first orbit. So it's just going to go up, high apogee, and then come back down. That's a pretty damn good test because you're coming back. You're on a very, very steep landing trajectory from a very high apogee. You guys got to remember, the higher the apogee, right, the faster you're going to hit that atmosphere. So the faster you hit the atmosphere, the faster it heats up. The steeper the trajectory, the faster it's going to heat up. The interesting thing about re-entry, dudes, is that the total impulse of energy, so the total amount that the spacecraft heats up is always, because energy is quantitative, right? It's always the same. Doesn't matter if you come straight down like this or fly on a very shallow trajectory. The total amount of heating is going to be the same, which is weird. But this is like flash frying something versus like barbecuing something, right? Starship is going to come back on a really shallow trajectory at a very high speed coming down from a high apogee. And the heating, because it's coming from a way higher apogee, it's not like circularized in low Earth orbit and then comes back down. If they fly on this high apogee trajectory that I think it's going to fly on, excuse me, you're going to reach higher peak temperatures. The heating period will be shorter, but the temperature will be higher, and that's a good test for reentry. Because if Starship makes it through that, that means you know it'll be good coming back from low Earth orbit. Because if it can come back from a high apogee like that, a MEO insertion with super heavy, then you know it's going to work. And once again, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what NASA did with Orion. You know, if you can prove that it goes up here and then comes all the way back down, right? And if it makes it through that, you know that it's going to make it back from low Earth orbit, which is good. Because you got to remember, now Starship is designed basically to go to Mars or go to the moon, obviously, and then maybe, I don't know if the lunar landers are ever going to come back, etc., right? But it's designed to come back down and land because of the tiles and whatnot. But here's the important thing to understand. The important thing to understand is that a lot of Starship's missions, right? Like, we're not going to put people on the first flight like the shuttle. That would be ludicrous. Like, there's taking risks in space flight and being bold, and then there's just being stupid. People won't be flying on Starship for, I'm not going to say for a long time. I'm going to say for until a certain amount of data is procured to show that it's pretty damn safe, right? So therein lies why SpaceX would want to do a high apogee test flight. Because if it can come back from medium Earth orbit and land and be just fine, that means it can come back from low Earth orbit and it should be okay. Now, once again, Starship needs to do a lot of flights before they can really kind of iron out the system. Same thing like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 took a good amount of missions to get that thing working pretty reliably, right? Till it got to the point where, you know, they proved with data that the thing is one of the safest vehicles flying, right? It's like Teslas, you know, with the autopilot and stuff, you know, avoiding crashes and whatnot. It's one of the safest vehicles around because of the data and the highway testing, right? So a lot of Starship's preliminary missions, at least as far as we know, are going to be low Earth orbit Starlink missions. And if SpaceX uses Starship to launch V2 satellites and gradually shifts away from Falcon 9 launching Starlink missions, right? And starts using Starship more and more, you're going to get a lot of flight time and you're going to get a lot of validation with how that thing flies. Tons of reentry testing backed up on, you know, adaptive analytical design. Basically, they're putting it through simulations on the ground on a computer constantly, and then because Starship's going to be moving those satellites up into space, you know, it's basically getting you free reentry testing, right? Because it's just like Falcon 9's landing back in the day. Falcon 9 was launching customer payloads, and that was the primary objective. The primary objective was that the second stage put the payload into space. And, you know, if your first stage is just going to coast all the way out and land, right, and come down, you might as well test landing with it, right? Because once the first stage does its job of putting that second stage on its trajectory, then you could do whatever you want with it. So they used all those customer flights to help build the data build the kind of iron out the kinks in Falcon 9's landing system. Now, the crazy part is that Starship already has customers. They already have customers. A customer signed for Starship to move a rover out to the moon the other day. Starship already has paying customers, but now you can finance it with Starlink. You can literally finance Starship's orbital flight tests with Starlink. As long as Starship gets up there and the ascent is good and it can deploy the satellites, now you get free re-entry testing, right? As long as Starlink can offset the cost, right, of Starship flying, then it's no problem. It's free rocket data for you, Jim. So it's very interesting to think about. That's not a bad way of doing things, right? They're basically going to use Starlink, right, and Starlink missions, which are low risk because you're just deploying the company's own satellites, right? And you always have Falcon 9 as a backup in case Starship does have some downtime. It's a pretty good plan. It's a pretty damn good plan to kind of get the data that you need on re-entry heating, and you're just going to do it a lot. They're going to do it a lot. Starship, like I said, man, if this orbital flight test goes well, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to see another Starlink flight test or another Starship flight test this year if this one goes well. My worry right now is the first stage being caught with the tower. Geek, I'm not too worried about that, dude. The tower will be arms wide out of the way. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Like, if you're talking about catching the booster, this isn't going to catch the booster. They're going to propulsively land super heavy out in the Gulf of Mexico. Can we send you to space so you could stream in space? if you got a couple $1,000,000, sure, why not? Probably going to cost more than that. I mean, if it gets that far, it will land. Yeah, they're going to propulsively land it out in the ocean. Exactly what they did with Falcon 9s. That's what they did with Falcon 9s first of all. They started, that's how SpaceX first tested propulsive landing. They just land them out over water, and then they just took a dunk into the ocean. Like, they basically stopped it like a couple meters above sea level, like where the drone ship would be, and then they started trying to land them on the drone ship. Which is very interesting, dudes. That's pretty damn cool. Like, it's a pretty foolproof plan. Like, don't get me wrong. No plan is 100% successful. You know, like, it's not sure. Nothing is certain like that, you know. But also at the same time, you know, if this one doesn't make it, the next one will. And that's why I'm like, my bare minimum success here is it getting up and away from the pad. If Starship goes to launch, it gets up and away from the pad, stops, and then crashes over there, yeah, I mean, that's going to suck. But if you're getting away from the launch pad, right, that means, you know, okay, you lost a Starship in a Super Heavy, and don't get me wrong, you don't want that, but if your launch pad's okay, you know, it's going to be easier to put another Starship up on top of that thing. Which brings me to what I was telling you, like, I don't think the tower's going to hit it, dude. So Super Heavy is, with Starship on top of it, is, well, heavy. Yeah, heavy. That's the right way to say that. It's heavy. They have 20 hold down points on that thing. 20. And each one of those hold down points has your pneumatic system for the outer ring of engines on Super Heavy. Why? Why would you put the starter system ground side? Well, the outer ring of engines is just used for going up. The inner ring and then the 3 engines in the center, those are the ones that they're going to use for landing. Right? So the funny thing is that those chines that are on the end of Super Heavy, those kind of triangular things, those house the pneumatic systems to restart Raptors, right? Because you got to spin start them. And then they have a torch igniter in there, as far as I can tell. But that's another story. So, yeah, by not having the starter motors on the outer ring of 20 engines, right? You have to put it all ground side. And that means you have 20 hold down points. So once again, the hold down points are there because A, Super Heavy is pretty heavy. It's kind of in the name. With Starship on top of it, it's even heavier. You need 20 hold down points. So you're not going to be able to use 4 or, you know, 3 like other vehicles, right? Falcon 9 uses 4. Most launch vehicles use 4. Saturn V used 4. The shuttle had 8. But the hold down points aren't really hold down points on the shuttle. They're just a polite suggestion to stay near the pad until the SRBs start firing. It's true. Excuse me. So getting those 20 hold down points and then the tail service mast to separate, getting that whole thing sequenced correctly, that's going to be, if they can get that right, I will call this a success, because I'm not too worried about anything else. I think Starship will fly. If it gets past that point, I think it'll fly just fine. I think if they get off the pad, they'll most likely make it up into space. They're going to fly a very conservative flight trajectory with this first launch. It's not going to go balls to the wall, I don't think. If I was doing it, I wouldn't do that. I would have a very, 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 very strict set of auto-sequencer parameters for this thing. So, like, the computers would be very, very conservatively metered, I guess. Hey, Pacey, what's going on? I'm not worried about it hitting the tower, Geek. Separating 20 hold down points is tough. There's a reason why rockets use 4. You know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goth, you think it'll fly? Or Gold? Yeah, Gold Star. Yeah. Sorry, Gold Star. Do they light all the engine at once or do one at a time like the shuttle? Josh, what would you do? What would you do? 33 engines? Would you try to light all those at once? If the shuttle needed to sequence 3 engines, 33, yeah, I'd sequence it too. So a hold down point is like a strut. One at a time. For the most part, Josh, yeah. Picks, no. A hold down point is something that holds the rocket to the pad. Yeah. You really generally want as little of those as possible. Yeah. Super Heavy's going to land in the ocean, J-Speed. And so is Starship, if the test is successful. If Starship makes it through re-entry, it's going to land out in the Pacific test range by Honolulu. So, Josh, how they're going to sequence this, and, like, so, you know, we have 9 engines here. How Falcon 9 goes is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's how they go around the loop. And when Super Heavy goes, they go around the loop as well. But with the 3 cores, right? One of them starts at the 12 o'clock position and the other one starts over there. I'm pretty sure. So this loop starts over here and goes around. And then on the other booster, it starts over here and goes around. And then this Falcon Heavy center core just goes around the horn like that. They basically go opposite, right? So they don't roast the compression bridges, but that's another story. The compression bridges are basically the hold down point, the structural point between, like on Falcon Heavy, you have the 3 boosters. There's a point where the booster attaches to the center core that's being held up on the reaction frame. Yeah, you don't want to cook those things. And on Falcon Heavy flights, they usually get roached pretty hard. But yeah, with Super Heavy, dude, because there's so many freaking engines, they're probably going to light one over here and one over here, and then this one's going to go around, and then that one is going to go around. So they'll probably start and do a yin-yang almost. That's what I would do. It's like torquing down something like like with lug nuts on a car, right? You know, you start here, and then you go there, right? And then you go there, and then you go there, and then you go there, there, and there. So you start at 12 o'clock, go to 6 o'clock, right? And then, actually, 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, there, and there. You kind of just go around the horn. That's how they sequence ignitions. And it's literally, honestly, for the same reasons. You know, it also has to do with vibrations and resonant frequencies and stuff, because 2 engines firing at the same time don't necessarily cancel out. They compound frequencies, which is annoying. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, and the crazy part about this is that, you know, what I'm talking about, going around the horn like that, happens in milliseconds. So much to, like, if you're just watching it, if it's like we're going to watch the launch, we won't be able to see it. It'll look like all of them are firing at the same time. Is there any reason they might recover part of the booster from the ocean? So, dog, let me put it to you like this. If Super Heavy makes it that far and they're able to restart the engines and land it, and propulsively land it, and it takes a dunk in the ocean, I think it'll survive. It's stainless steel. It's pretty damn strong. It'll survive if they make it that far. If they make it that far, it will survive. I think, you know, if they stop the engines like right above the surface and then let it kind of just take a plunge into the water, it should be okay. Yeah, I don't think it'll break. Even if it tips over, it's not going to break. It's steel. It's very strong. It's like super strong. And it's going to be even stronger because it's going to be cold because cryogenic propellants. Booster 1050. I think that's what it'll do, Thomas. Quite literally that. The other thing to take into account is that Starship flies methane tanks on top. So it's methane tank, oxidizer tank. So the Super Heavy is going to have a center of mass that's actually naturally kind of lower than other boosters, just because there's more the tank. There's more tank down there. Torpedo in the water, Captain. We are out of the lane. You're relieved. Such a good flick, dude. Actually, I said that wrong. The center of mass, because it's such a big LOX tank, is actually going to be more inherently up than it is down. But then again, you have 33 Raptors down there, so... I mean, the bias is always going to be towards the ground, but I think the bias is going to be higher than Falcon 9 just because of how the tanks are. Just because of the tank design. And it's a lot taller, so the grid fins have way more moment over the design than they would on Falcon 9, but that's another story. Where will the cameras be if it lands in the ocean? There will be recovery ships out there as far as I can tell, Jabamari, yeah. If Stars, once again, I think what SpaceX is looking for here, ideal success is Starship getting to orbit. Because after that, it's testing. You know, like if they want to test to make sure Starship's ascent system works correctly, right? But the real big test of this is hypersonics. They want to make sure that Starship can make it through, which is like, I kind of have questions about. I'm like, wonder if it's going to do it, you know, but who knows? But, you know, like, once again, if they can get past, I honestly think if SpaceX can get past lifting the damn, like, if it can get past leaving the pad, like, if it clears the tower, I think there's a very high chance of Starship getting to orbit, honestly. Yeah. Because the reason why is because that's the kind of stuff that you can test. You can simulate an aerodynamic regime, that's fine. You can't really simulate boosters separating off of the pad. That's hard to do. How would you do that? That's the part that's relatively untested. You can simulate separation events. You can simulate ascent trajectories on the computer pretty dang well. It's hard to simulate leaving the pad and clearing the tower. That's something you can't really do in real life. There's no real life test for it, you know? There's no way to take the analytical data, the math that you did behind how that's going to work and test it in real life. What parts of Starship, though, do we know have been really, really tested? The Raptor engines. We know the Raptor engines have basically been beaten to snot on the test stands on McGregor, right? They fire one every day. They try to do quick stops with them. They fire them till they break. They push them to the point of failure. The RVACs definitely were, like, I don't think propulsion is the problem here. I think Raptors are a pretty damn reliable design because, I'll be honest, at this point, I would say even now, like where we're at now, Raptor is one of the most highly tested engines around before flight. I don't even think they tested the Merlin 1Ds this much. Raptors have a significant amount of flight time. Not flight time. They have a significant amount of testing time. I honestly don't think propulsion is going to be the issue. Could you just hook a crane from the booster and disconnect it from the pad? T-Man, I don't know how you're going to get a crane to yank up on Super Heavy with the same force that it would have separating from the pad. I don't know how you're going to do that. They want to verify the design before mass production really ramps up. Well, Pacey, you remember a little while ago when Elon was yammering on about how if we don't scale up Raptor to Raptor 2 production, SpaceX could, a theoretical outcome could be bankruptcy, and everybody's like, that's not going to happen. That's ridiculous. That's what Elon was talking about. That's what he meant. I'm pretty damn sure. I think Raptor 2's design has already been verified. I think that was the big push, and I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen an OFT until now. So because if you're confident in your propulsion, guys, that's one of the hardest parts. We've seen wet dress rehearsals from Super Heavy. We've seen static fires from Super Heavy. We've seen static fires from Starship. We've seen landings from Starship. Like, and the rest you can quantify with. You could do simulations to get right. Like, you know, I think if Starship gets off the pad, there's a very high chance it'll make it. I do not think we're going to see something like Relativity where the second stage doesn't ignite or anything like that. I honestly think it'll do it. If it gets off the pad, it'll do it. It'll make it into space. I don't know about coming back. Coming back... I don't know if Ship 24 is up to the task, dude. And that's not a mark on SpaceX or anything. That's just... Yeah. I don't know, man. What's the thrust to weight multiplier here compared to a usual rocket launch. Tesla Electric, I've kind of done some simple math, like just some napkin math. Starship should get off the... So Elon said it should get off at like 1.4, 1.5 TWR. And with 33 Raptors making 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust, that's pretty much right. This thing is going to go off... This thing is going to get off the pad faster than the space shuttle. And the space shuttle gets off the pad really, really fast.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Next activity is Monday. The WB, yeah, see, here's another thing, guys. The WB-57 high altitude imaging planes. They have a flight scheduled on Monday. So, what are WB-57s? WB-57s are planes that NASA use. They're based off of a B-57 Kerbal, believe it or not, an old British bomber design. No, I'm just trying to. We'll just get us a picture this way. So those are NASA's WB-57s. The WB-57 is a high-altitude reconnaissance plane, but NASA doesn't use it to spy on people. They use it to image things going through re-entry and image any testing that needs to be done at high altitude. These planes also do like weather forecasting and stuff. And the crazy thing about it is that up here, right, there's an optics package on the WB-57s. That one just has the nose cone on it, believe it or not. There's an optics package up here, and basically a gimbalable camera, a PTZ camera built into the nose, so they'll be able to image. For instance, they image dragons coming back through reentry. The WB-57's flying around, and like when dragons coming back in, like when Crew 5 came back, we saw some footage from a WB-57. Gimbalable. So, if NASA is flying these suckers, dude, that means... If they're flying these things, that means there's a very high chance that we'll see a launch. And now, why would NASA be flying it if it's SpaceX? Well, NASA's gonna fly this because they have a vested interest that this makes it into space because of the HLS. Cool thing about it is that the WB-57s are actually like I said, they're highly modified versions of a B-57 Canberra. B-57 Canberra is a British bomber that the U.S. military adopted in the early 50s. See? That's what it looked like originally. It was a very, let's just say the design is very different now. These WB-57s are highly modified. Like upgraded engines, upgraded avionics. They're basically hot-rodded B-57s. Resto-modded, I guess would be the right way to say it. One of them returned to Ellington recently, and it went specifically to the Boca area where it circled before going to Ellington. Yep. That's not an accident. So, NASA look at NASA's plane. They got bigger engines on it. They got a bypass turbofan. The wings are way wider. And they have a two-seater cockpit, and they have a reconnaissance package on it. The Air Force did use the Air Force did use B-57s in this highly modified configuration. They used them as an RB-57. The RB-57 was a reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, it was a strategic reconnaissance aircraft like the U-2 or the SR-71, right? And yeah, they stopped doing that because they had stuff like the U-2 and the SR-71. But this thing can fly high. It can fly pretty high up. And then NASA took that to the next level and really based off of the RB-57s, they really modified these things to work a lot better. Fun fact, NASA didn't do the modifications in-house. You know who did? That's what it looked like originally. The design is way different, dude. Capture card, Flykin, for my main rig here. NDI for the garage. Video on 927NA. Yep. There you go, Thomas. That's the company that modified them. Watch. Sierra Nevada, SNC, the same people that make Dream Chaser. They're the ones that frame off restoed that RB57 and made it a WB57. There's your engine mount. Look at that. Oh, dude, look at the gantry cranage. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so if one of these bad boys is flying, dudes, then... Here, let's get to the good part. If one of these bad boys is flying, that means, yeah, I would say there's a pretty high probability of launch. Needs more canards. No, it doesn't. That lime green color is the anti-corrosive primer. Yep. Yeah, NASA uses these things for all kinds of stuff. What airfield is that at? Maybe China Lake or something. Yeah, dude, look at how big the wings are. That thing can fly up 40, 50,000 feet, no problem, which is pretty damn impressive. It's penal? Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. It's a nice looking plane. I thought... The original B-57 looks cool. That's a cool looking plane. It looks like something out of Fallout or whatever. That's a nice looking plane. But that thing looks freaking... That thing looks cool. It's like, it's kind of got a whole A-10 thing going on. Like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't have a minigun built into it. But the A-10 is kind of weird looking. But after a while, you're like, ah, okay. Yeah, it kind of grows on you. Yeah, you know, you look at it for the first time, you're like, wow, that's weird looking. And then you see it flying around, and you're like, ah, yeah, okay. That's cool. Are they subsonic? Yeah, of course. Like, that's a nice looking plane with those... It looks cool with those big honking wings on it. That's actually really neat. Yeah, see, they sealed up the bomb bay. That's where the bomb bay was. They probably put reconnaissance packages and stuff in there. Wonder how much payload they could actually put on it, considering it's an old bomber. I wouldn't say much, dude. High aspect ratio wings are good for subsonic high altitude flight, which is why the U-2 has the wings that it does. Correct. Yeah, exactly, Twisted. It's the same idea as the U-2. I just love the idea that we hot rodded the heck out of this freaking plane. Like, it's funny because, like, oh yeah, this is a good design. Let's just extend the fuselage, change the wings, and then, you know, change the stabilizers completely. And you get that, and it's just a totally different plane. I think that's really cool. It's really, and also it's really cool that NASA is using literally 70-year-old bombers. They're using old freaking bombers for high altitude, you know, atmospheric research. That's freaking cool, man. And it's an old English bomber, which is strange, dude. Does it need the wings to be that big to fly? No. That's what the wings started out as. They were half the way, or half the size that they were on the WB-57. WB-57 has huge freaking wings on it. It's always curious that the U-2 still flies, but the SR-71 doesn't. Yeah, curious. Do you think spin launch will ever be used outside of low orbit missions? No. It's not designed to do that, Muskrat. Did you ever hear about this? I did, man. I did hear about it. Yeah. We've been talking about trains in the Netherlands and how nice they are, and I may have jinxed it. I may have jinxed it, W. That's not good, man. Yeah, one of them derailed. It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, people, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. Anyway, let's get to designing those legs, dude. The only reason to retire the SR-71 is that it was replaced by something. Or it Hans Grubered itself. You know? They're not going to go and find you if they think you're already dead. Or retired in this case. The Dark Star is a real aircraft. Change your mind. I mean, the F-117 is retired, fellas. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The F-117 has been retired since the 2000s. But the funny thing is that people just keep finding them flying around and taking pictures of them flying around. Interestingly enough. Yeah, they just keep finding pictures of F-117s flying around. Well. They just keep finding them flying around. Funny story. Actually, the crazy part about the F-117s is that when they retired them, the entire fleet of F-117s is interred at Tonopah, out in the middle of the Nevada test range. It's out in the middle of nowhere. The entire fleet is there. They put one in a museum. Like one. And the rest of the entire fleet, they don't want people seeing them. They don't want them really in museums. Except for one. They did put one in a museum, but they stripped it of all ITAR stuff, so it's basically just a mummified version of one, right? They basically took the entire fleet and just put it in mothballs because they do not want people seeing those things. Yet they're still flying around, even though they're retired, interestingly enough. Yeah, they gutted the thing. That's some of these pictures here are from it. There's a museum in Michigan that got an F-117, and when the Air Force delivered the thing, it was basically that. It was basically just the aluminum shell, and that's about it. They took off. The Air Force literally gutted it before they gave it to them. It's just the aluminum shell. Yeah, there's actually, if I'm remembering right, there's 3 F-117s that are in museums. That's one of them. The other one is at the USAF museum, and then there's another one somewhere. Yeah, they had to restore it, and they fiberglassed all over the components that the Air Force took off. They're flown in OPFOR missions as a cruise missile facsimile. I'm sure they are. Retired, though. Retired. Okay. Twisted, I gotta get myself out to Dayton at some point, dude. I gotta get out there. Let me know if you do. Alright, yeah. I gotta get out there, man. I haven't seen that museum. I want to see the XB-70. I'm not gonna lie to you. Have you heard of the guy in the Netherlands who has hundreds of tanks in his garages? Maybe somebody has those planes. I'll take you up for some aerobatics in your plane. What kind of plane you got, dude? If you have an Aerobat, I'm going to be very, very happy. I think the 152 Aerobat is a really cool plane. An extra 300... Oh. That's better than an Aerobat. Okay, never mind. All right, Wild Rhino. Yeah. All right. So, we're working on landing leg designs here. Does Starship have a docking port yet? No. This one, the one that's gonna fly, dude, no. There's no point in putting a docking port on it, Zubaski, or even designing a docking port for it, because right now, because if it doesn't get into space, then it don't matter, right? No, you know what? I don't want that. So let's get into designing a better landing leg. I think it would be good to start with these things, but I'm not 100% sure, you know, how we're gonna make that work. We can't attach it that way. These physicsless parts are still a no-go. So now I need something that's relatively lightweight that we can use to hold the hinge in place. Wright-Patterson Museum is the best in the country. I'd say my top 3, Wild, are Wright-Patterson, even though I've never been there, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum Annex at Dulles Airport, and Pima. Those are my top 3. Like, not to say that other museums aren't amazing. There's 1,000 great aerospace museums all around the U.S. They're everywhere. But those are my, like, you have to go to these. I wonder if lights will do it. I wonder if the lights will make a good hinge. Those might... Oh, they're not in sim. Wait, why are they not in symmetry no more? How did I delete the symmetry node? Oh, I really, really wish I knew how I did that. Oh well. New thermal bearing? Pretty much. I mean, you did hug a Titan motor. Yep. What about that one in Washington? That's that's me. Evergreen. Evergreen. I've never been to Evergreen, but I heard Evergreen is good. I mean, I heard it from Das, so I'm inclined to believe it, Tessa. All right, so let's just take that piece, copy it, and just put it over there. Can we symmetry out this thing, or is it gonna freak out? What museums are the must go to? Pima in Arizona, Wright-Patterson Museum of the Air Force in Ohio, and the Dulles Air and Space Museum, the National Smithsonian Museum at Dulles Airport. Those are the ones that you want to go to. All right, let's just prototype this thing out. We're gonna need RCS balls. Does this understand that? Nope. It absolutely doesn't, so that's good. That's, yep. Okay. Fuel stored in the ball. Yeah, that's right. That is correct. That is correct. You know what? That might be enough to get this to work right. All right, let's... All right, so give me these. Got them. And we can use these as an inner holder here to hold this in place. Let's go here like this. Let's make sure that this is about as centered as it can be, right? And then move this piece like that. Those should more or less be centered. Okay, so now what I need is the hinge itself. And just for now, we'll make these legs a one-time deploy thing. So, yeah, we don't have to worry about undocking, redocking, etc., etc. Nope. I have not talked to him about World and Absolute Snap. I think I may have sent it to him in a bug report, but JSB, the thing about it is that I haven't really encountered many bugs because I know what the game likes and what it doesn't like anymore, you know? So I'm not sure, like, should I bug him about quality of life stuff or, you know, like, what do we do? What do we do here? Okay, so let me get some clamps to hold this thing up, and we're just gonna see how well this thing kind of free floats around. Let's see how well this hinge works. And just to be absolutely sure that it gives me a good separation, we'll put a little separator on it, and then just give that thing a quick pulse like that. I mean, it'll make it swing around, and it's probably going to swing around and then pop out of the hinge, but we'll see what happens here. Looks like it's gonna rain. Hey, Battle. What's being tested? Hinge design for a better landing leg. You know what? We'll just get rid of that. I don't think it needs it. Hang on. I knocked over the pedal cam. Nah, chillin', we don't need to do that. Shouldn't pedal cam be on the racing rig now? No? No, Tessa, I never changed it. It's still in the same spot because I don't really feel like having to hook up that camera every time. Strut from the center out. Middle out strutting will make this a lot stronger. That hinge is working pretty nice though. It's just that tube moves around. Shouldn't move around now. Did you know that KSV was created by a Brazilian designer? Yeah, I know him, Fritz. Yeah, Felipe. I know. He's Brazilian, but he doesn't live in Brazil, dude. He lives in Mexico. Did you see Stratton Blitz's last? Oh. He's using Kraken bearings. What did Stratton do? Hold on, let me take a look. Oh, the balls aren't even connected, dude. Yeah, interesting. They're just being held in with landing gear and a decoupler. Why did he make them blue? This is almost like Mecanum wheels. That's awesome. That actually really would have been cool for Minmus to drive across Minmus. That's awesome. Great video. Hang on one second. I gotta turn the heat down, guys. It's actually getting warm out for a change. Man, do a remote controlled door. Pay me the money, PY, I'll make the door remote control. So this hinge isn't too bad, dudes, but it does like to weeble warble around. I don't know about using the tube here. That tube just really likes to move all over the place. And we can't attach to the lights. Damn. I've noticed that when this thing separates, this thing just starts weeble warbling everywhere. Door bucks. Thanks, Jackery. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Puts force on the hinge there. No problem. Let me see it again. I'm working on saving up for an HVAC system, Aqualex. I have a 100,000 BTU furnace sitting in the garage right now. It's actually behind the pickup bed right now. It's just over there. Yeah, I got it off Facebook Marketplace for nothing. I just need to hook it up and hook up a thermostat, but it's propane. Propane is explosive, and I know an HVAC guy. So, yeah, we'll hook that up when we hook that up. I just got to go find a propane tank and stuff. So, yeah, then we'll have climate control systems in here. Plans to change the truck color? No. Not now. I don't have time to paint it, dude. I don't have time to sand down all those parts and paint it. The hell? Messing with complex designs at this point is dangerous to mental health, speaking from experience. That was a different result, but that was a revert to launch, not to revert to VAB and putting it out on the pad. The impulse from the decoupler was off-center. I sell propane and propane accessories, boy. I didn't have time to build my truck to scale. I did have time to build the truck to scale, actually. But yeah, I've been working on I worked on the rear end last night. I got this all painted up. The red and the black looks really nice. That's how they came from the factory, believe it or not. That's why I painted the center section of that 9-inch red, because that's how it came. It came like that from the factory. And my painting stand is quite nice. So you guys have admired it. Yeah, maybe at the end of the stream, dude, we'll if the paint is cured enough, because that's VHCH chassis paint, it needs some time to cure. If it's cured, I'll put it in. We'll put the thing back in. Your rear end looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I think I might do that a little bit later tonight, and in like 6 or 7 hours from now, it'll be fine. It'll be good. It'll be good to. That paint should be well and dry. I painted it before the stream started. Actually, it should be good right now, but I don't want to mess with it right now. I got my nice KSP shirt on. Rear of the year 2023. So it's very clear that we're going to need a wider hinge design. So this design is kind of zilch. So let's move these out here and go with a much wider design. What's the temperature in the garage? 60. It's at the bottom end, I know, but it's good enough. That's chillin'. That's the other reason why I've been letting the heat out of here. I let the heat out into the garage so the paint cures correctly. Because, yeah, below 60, it's not going to do it right. I know that. Nah, that's not really what I want either. How are you going to handle cooling? A mini split when the time comes. Yeah, I'll get full HVAC systems in here eventually, dude. It's just, yeah, just got to save up. The wedding, I would have already put it in, but the wedding is kind of eating up all my extra cash right now. That's what weddings do. You know, that's just how that be. Perhaps a fairing, because we actually... Oh. We have a 625 fairing. No way. Oh. Okay. How about we do... That's pretty damn close. All right, cool. So we'll start with these fairings here. I wonder if the fairing is Clydeable. Wait a minute. 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 That's not what I clicked on. All right. That's also not... All right, here. Let's just focus on everything that I'm not trying to look at. Yeah, it doesn't. It wants to auto close the fairing before I can get it to the right shape. Maybe we can. Yeah, that's still kind of weeble warbly, but that might do it. It's possible. Let's see how that works. Let's see if the fairing actually makes a good hinge. Put that up there. Get rid of that. Let's see what that does. We haven't done wedding tasting yet, though. More shots, but we will soon. I don't think the fairings are collidable. Do you think SpaceX will allow a launch if one or several Raptors fail, since Elon said it can get to orbit with less than 33? Okay, Erudite, you're not thinking about that right. You just asked me, do I think it'll get to space if the chief designer of the vehicle thinks it'll get to space with less than 33 engines? Do I think it'll get to space with less than 33 engines, right? Dude, if Elon says it'll get there, I believe him. He's the chief designer. I don't think he's wrong in this regard. I mean, just food for thought. You know, like, if Elon says it'll do it, I'm pretty sure that he would know better than I would. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, keeping it into perspective, man. Yeah. Hey, guys, I'll be back 1 second. It's getting so damn hot in here, I might actually turn the air conditioner on. It's starting to get toasty in here. I already shut the damn heater off. The thing is that opening up the door isn't really helping me because I was painting things in there. So opening up the door just inhale some paint fumes. Yeah, no, that's good. I might need to open up the garage door on a stretch break here and make sure we get that done right. Yeah, Tao said it. Yeah, interestingly enough, like I mean, I think it could lose a couple of engines, dude. I think Starship could lose engines. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Fumes are good for the brain. Do you not have a window in the office yet? No. Why would I want a window in a studio? I don't want that. Did you paint with an airless sprayer, and did you do that on stream? I used rattle cans, and no, I didn't do it on stream. For ventilation. No, I don't have windows, and I'm not putting windows in. You don't want bad lighting. If I had a window here, the sun would shine through, and it could screw up the chroma. You generally don't want windows inside of a studio, Illness. Hey, Electron, thanks for the bits. I just need those HVAC systems in on this thing. See, I just need smaller parts. I'm trying to look through, like, what are the smallest freaking things that we can get at? The I-beams and probably the panels, dudes. Yeah, the panels are probably the... Panels are probably the best one. Okay, so... I think the decoupler impulse is actually putting torque on this and blowing things out of the hinge. So I'm just going to lower the impulse, so like the separation force on there. Put it down to 10 kilonewtons. It doesn't need to be that crazy. Because like I said, when the decoupler goes, I think it's detecting the collision a little bit late. So yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to have to double up the panels because of how symmetry works here. Hey. Why does it? What's that, Electron? Oh, you flew an RCF-4 today. That's cool, man. That's cool, dude. Alright, we'll do this way. Put that there, and let's see if we can... Can I put these things in radial sim? Okay. Alright. The threshold for attaching stuff on nodes is way too high. I should probably see if that's not where I wanted that to attach to. I'm gonna put nose cones over these nodes so we can actually attach the thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Now we have radial. Let's try tri-symmetry. See what tri-symmetry gets us. Alright, so get rid of that, 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 get rid of that. Gamera, what's going on? Okay, so because the game doesn't like symmetry stacked on symmetry, Not what I was intending to do. That's still not what I was... I don't know how my mouse being over here is registering a node snap over there. Like, see where my mouse is? Like, what's going on here? I just want to attach it to the center node. Yikes. All right, let's just flip this out, flip it over. Let's see if that works. Yeah. Maybe we'll say something, dude. I don't know. I just want to make sure that if I do say, like, oh, you need to change this, that I'll make it count. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to abuse the privilege. Alt actually does the opposite of what it... Alt actually does the opposite of what it does in KSP1. KSP1, Alt forces node attach. KSP2, it forces radial attach. I don't know why they did that. Your throat good. No. Drink some water. Jesus, I literally just did. Fellas, like... I'm working on it, dude. Gotta clear all the crap out of there. I hope I'm not getting sick. That would really suck. But then again, it could be allergies, too. So that seems to work pretty well. I might try attaching this to a triangle. And going from there. Triangle might be better. I'm just getting over being sick. Maybe the cardboard sign gave it to you from me. Yeah, that's possibly Behouse. Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't rule that out, man. No, it's probably... It's probably because like I have to open up the garage door to get ventilation. Like if you look, when I've been painting, I've had the garage door open so I don't inhale paint fumes. But I'm not keeping the garage door open at night, so I have to close it. So, yeah. I probably got a good inhalation of paint fumes, which is probably not what you want. And I'm pretty sure that's what's doing it. So, yeah, fellas, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. I'll be good. Paint fumes. Good for the body. They're not. It's not. So this hinge design seems to hold in place pretty well. I think we can do better. So let's take that and move that down there a little ways. And let's see if we can do just triangles. Triangles actually might get us where we want, and we could node attach. Ooh, okay. All right, I got a good idea. Yeah, I had that idea, and it was good until that. Okay. Yeah, I know, man. There's not really good parts to make a small hinge, dude. There's not really. I still kind of want to see if the tubes, we can get the damn tubes working, but that would be super freaking useful, but how? That's a truck chassis. This piece right here. That's what it's called. It's called the Rottweiler truck chassis, built to accompany the Bulldog truck cab. The Rottweiler truck chassis is designed to make your rover building faster and easier. How about using tube rings on the leg around a bundle of I-beams? Yeah, I was kind of thinking that might do it, you know? Like, using that, yeah. I know, I see what you're saying. So, like, here, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of that, and then do, no, no, stop. I hate how the camera refocuses to root. It's so, yeah, that's annoying. If I could just find something to hold that sucker in place, man, we'd be good to go. Like use an I-beam, couple of I-beams as the axle. The vernier thruster. That might do it. Hang on. Hang on 1 second. Let me put this in single sim. Right? Go out like this. Get rid of that. Apply the radial symmetry to this. And then take the thrusters. Thrusters off. No. Yeah, no. None of them. I want them to. I don't want any of them to do that. Put another ball out here on the outside. Like that. And that should hold. It should hold the thing in place. Alright, take that part, copy it, and then take it, copy it again. No, 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 go away. Alright, let's see what that does. The verniers might be small enough to actually make that work. That's nice. So watch this, dudes. Ready? I just want to see how much of this moves around. It's going to move around a little bit, but it should hold. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, Oglex, I know what you were proposing. I actually like this. This is not bad. I know what you were saying, though, for sure. I'm wondering now if we can run a set of struts from like this from like whatever we attach this to there and see if it actually makes this thing stronger. Now, what was happening before is it was just bending the strut. But I do like this. And what I'm really trying to do is make sure that this whole thing is just one piece that we can attach, like making the landing leg a gigantic subassembly. Let's watch it again. Will it hold? Yeah, see, it just bends the strut, interestingly enough. Yeah, that's putting a lot of pressure on the hinge, but when it's doing its rotation, it's actually really strong. Well, chillin', the docking port is going to be down there, dude. That's the idea. The docking port's down there. You decouple it, it swings around, and it swings down into the docked position. That's the whole point of this. So the docking port will act as our stopper. Now, okay, so this seems to be working, but what I need to do now is I need to figure out where this thing is going to stop. So I'll use an old school trick. Give me an Oscar B fuel tank. This thing. This is an old trick to do. Check this out. So move the Oscar B fuel tank into position here. And then give me one of these, right? And we'll attach this. We'll attach this I-beam here. And then I will move the I-beam into position. Into the position that the decoupler one is in, right? Roughly. We know that the panels, which are holding our hinges, are on our center of rotation, right? So, like I said, it's super important that you get this exact. It has to be perfect. Now, that's close enough. Now, what we can do is if I take the Oscar B, actually, I had to make two of them. If we take the Oscar B and node snap it, right? We can get rid of it. That's not what I clicked on. That is absolutely not what I clicked on. We can get rid of the I-beam on the first one. Here, let me just move this into position. And then we can get rid of that. And now what we can do, watch this. We can see the rotation of this thing. Right? You can see the rotation. That's super helpful. The reason why it's super helpful is now I know where now I know where you need to place the docking port. All we got to do is just grab another docking port, right? Place it in singular symmetry like that, and then rotate it. So it's in position, so it pretty much locks into that docking port right there. Now, once again, we don't have absolute snap, so it really pays to be more precise with this if you're going to try to build your own hinges. So now what I do, I take this and I rotate that thing back up. We rotate it back up into position, and that'll give us the exact point where we need the docking port to be. So now I copy that docking port and we attach it to the actual I-beam that's on the decoupler, right? And we might be able to get away with node snapping it to that piece, which is actually going to help us a lot. So get the angle right, move it down, and then move it forward. That more or less is pretty freaking lined up. So now what we can do, take our test thing, make it go away. And now this should rotate right into position if I did my math left. Maybe. Well, you should have done your math right. Well, what if I wanted to do my math up? Come on. So, you guys saw that the docking port hit it, it got hung up, and then it snapped into position. The docking port hitting it and then getting hung up like that is what causes this. That's what causes that to do that. See what I'm talking about? So it looks like we might need to just dial it in just a little bit. This is the byproduct of not having absolute snap. I can't snap to a world grid, so I'm lining everything up by sight, and those little tolerances being off here and there really do screw you up. That really is not good. That messes things up pretty bad. So what we'll do is we'll set this to local orientation and then just back it up a little bit and then move it in just a teeny weeny bit. That should make this work. So what I wanted to do, ideally, is just go right down and snap, not just kind of spring around. I want the docking port magnetization to basically be the damper that locks it into place. So why am I doing this, just in case anybody's wondering? Landing legs. I want to make solid landing legs that don't break. They don't bounce around and stuff. The landing legs in this can't be trusted. They tempt the Kraken too much. Not that we're not here, but you get the idea. Bingo. That was still a little bit not exactly, like it wasn't exactly aligned, but it was damn close. But you see how we're still pointed straight up here? We're not pointing to the left, pointing to the right. That's gonna really, really help. Any bets on Starship? I think if it gets off the pad, there's a high probability that it's going to get into space, Katra. If you tighten up the hinge RCS balls, you think it'll move slower? Nah, there's not really friction between parts chilling. Tightening up the tolerances. Yeah, not really. This could be tricky because on a rotation to dock late that the two ports don't share a plane until the last point in the rotation as opposed to a traditional moving straight docking. Yeah. What do you think about a betting pool for Starship? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's move it in just a smidge. The 10th, Tessa. Yeah, seriously. WB-57s are flying on the 10th. There have been FAA notices on the meteorological reports for a Starship flight. We've gotten pretty much everything but the launch license, which, if I had to guess, it'll get issued over the weekend or on Friday or something. I'm building a landing leg for my gigantic lander, Santa. Watch. See, it undocks, and then it rotates down and docks into position. Cool. Super strong. Okay, so get rid of those. I don't think we need that. The next order of business here, guys, is to do something like this. Let's just double check that this still works. I'm going to, believe it or not, I just need one strut. I need one strut that attaches to the rover chassis. Now watch this. So, see that one strut right there? Kerbal has this thing where you dock and undock vessels. If you like take a piece off of a vessel and you dock it to a different spot, it'll rerun struts for you. I don't know if that's intended. I don't know if that's supposed to be in the game. Watch this. So you see the strut there? It's not run, right? There should, what are you talking, like, I know what you're saying. What are you talking about? So if I go to the Space Center, right? We go to the VAB. Actually, let's go up to the tracking station. And then let's just control a different vessel. Like my transfer vehicle that's just chilling up here. That's cool. Now let's go back to the tracking station. Combined 11. Control. Oh, look at that. Switching vessels and switching back. Ran the strut. Pretty cool, huh? It ran the strut on the landing leg. It reran it. That's pretty neat. Yeah, you don't need to quick save, quick load. You can just load up a different vehicle in space and then load back, and it'll, as long as it's out of render range, yeah, it'll rerun that strut for you. It did not do that in KSP1. Nope. Alpha, you had a question earlier. What was your question? Did I miss it? We've tried that before. Aqualex, it didn't really work. I wouldn't bank on this being desired behavior. Yeah, JSpeed, it's probably not. They're probably going to take this out, if I had to guess eventually. I don't think that's supposed to be like that, but that doesn't mean we can't use that right now. And honestly, if for whatever reason they patch it out of the game in a coming patch, if the lander is deployed before patch 2, I don't see the game undoing that strut. You know what I mean? Like, if my lander's already grandfathered in, you know what I mean? It ain't gonna matter. Do they add any new things to KSP2 yet? Well, Clayton, we got patch 1. Patch 2 should be coming out sometime in the coming weeks. Oh, would you be willing to build an old school Canali before we get the new one so we could show how far an old school, what is that? Alpha, what are you talking, like, I don't know what that means. Hang on, that's actually so useful. That's right, Malin. Yeah, absolutely. An old school colony. Oh, yeah. Why do you think I'm building this gigantic lander, dude? Oh, yeah. I'll make my own city on the moon, thank you very much. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I need this big honkin' lander. Oh, yeah. All right, so now let's do this, right? So I'm going to put the struts in 4x sim like this. And then okay, fine. We'll play that game. You want to attach to nodes? We can make you attach to nodes. That's fine. Just save it as its own damn file. I hope when NASA and SpaceX does go to the moon that they back 5 times more moon rocks. Bring back 5 times more moon rocks. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Well, with a lander like Starship, they should be able to do it. Oh my goodness, dude. Now what is that? What is that attached to? What is that possibly attached to? Come on. What is this? What is that part of? Why did it duplicate that? Where did that... And do you happen to know anything about what's happening in Cornwall? Cornwall. In the UK? In terms of what? I don't know, dude. I'm sorry, Alpha. This is pissing me off. I'm sorry, man. Virgin Orbit, they filed for bankruptcy today, guys. They're done. That's pissing me off, dude. That's really making me angry. Gotta get the patience, man. I really just want to take one of these landing... I just want it to attach to that. Oh, it did it that time, sure. I don't know why. I don't know why that's any different than the other times that I tried it, but alright. Okay. So what I'm finding is holding left alt is good until you can get a good attachment like that. But if you move it around like this, it just blows up your subassembly. Yep, see? I went to attach it and it went radial before and it just completely ruined it. I might be able to get it back by doing... Nope. Nope. Did I use that online site to figure out attachment points? Drummer, I don't know what that means. Did I get it? No. Why would I? Why would it? Why would it? Why would it do that? Why would it allow me to attach that correctly? I'm talking crazy, man. I forget the name of it. Sorry. I don't know how you're gonna... What are you talking about, attachment nodes, dude? I don't know what you mean. Okay, there we go. Got it right. Alright, so I'll move my original prototype up there. Alright, let's see what happens when we deploy these things one at a time. I forgot to put the clamps back on. That's not going to work. How hard would it be building something in the code? Yeah, Tessa, dude, I'll be like 100% honest with you. I love all the quality of life features that the KSP2 editor has that the KSP1 editor doesn't, but I just want my KSP1 editor controls back. I would really, really like some legacy controls. Like, if I was going to use my one, like, bug the devs thing about that, it would be that. Alright, separate one. That locked in correctly. Yeah, I know what you mean. Do you think we could see an uncrewed, no cargo mission to Mars for Starship in 2024? No. I don't think so, Erudite. I think we will see more than one Starship launch, but I don't think it's going to go to other planets. Is it funny or not? I don't know, man. It's the docking vessel hierarchy, Fun Pants. Yeah, it's the same type of stuff that I remember. Do you remember back in the day when I built that big base on Minmus and I kept docking things together and they kept shooting off into orbit? It's that. The problem is that for whatever reason, the legs take vessel priority over the main craft, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know why. So, okay, for whatever reason, the logic of this game is... The logic of this game is if I separate the debris and then I reattach the debris, I reattach the ship to debris, not the debris reattaching to ship. Which is why if the landing leg bounces off the docking port and then kind of bounces up and then the docking port's magnetized, the whole ship turns 45 degrees. Because your vessel reorients to the landing leg's orientation. It's literally the debris is taking precedent over inherited position over the actual ship. That makes no sense. In Kerbal 1, it doesn't do that. Debris always reorients to ship. What I don't understand is why... So we do this once, right? You do it once. You do it once, it works just fine. Didn't even do that right. See, it oriented the position of the debris, which is just stupid, but whatever. So... If it's gonna do something different every time, guys, we can't make landing legs. they can't be reliable. See, Kerbal 1, it was consistent. The simulation was consistent. So I could put this out there every time, and it would do the same thing every time. This is not doing that. This is doing the opposite of that. This is not doing the same thing every time. It does something different every time, which is not good. No, I had probe cores on the legs track and it didn't seem to make any difference. Yeah. Here, let's just try separating one. Let's see what happens. I thought not putting this in symmetry would make it better, but it doesn't. Not doing that. No, sometimes it's 2 in a row, sometimes it's 1 in a row, and yeah. Maybe the game's just not ready for Kraken tech, dude. It could be in the future, but yeah, there's a lot of quality of life that needs to be addressed. But once again, I don't think that this is anything that the dev team doesn't know, you know, so. I want to do this stuff, man. I want to do this cool stuff, but like, yeah, it's just really difficult to get stuff to like super line up. You have to be super precise. I just don't know why it does that. What the frick? Oh. It was just loading an autosave, dudes. That's all. I'm just, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just not really digging it. So, I mean, that begs the question, like, it's kind of weird that the Altier lander, this thing gets it right so much. Like, this thing gets it right so much of the time. That's actually kind of strange. Why can't you use in-game legs for now? I mean, asking if why can't I use in-game legs is asking the wrong question, Alpha. Like, it's not why did you do it that way. It's what are you trying to do. So what would be the benefit of these landing legs over these landing legs? These landing legs are strutted. They're solid. They don't break. I don't have to worry about a Kraken strike, ironically, if I can get them to deploy correctly. These things are too springy. The landing gear is too springy and too bouncy. Not really kind of into using these things, even though they are pretty much the right size. Hey, Ice King. I did an interview recently, and I might be working on New Canadarm 3. I thought you'd find that cool. That's awesome, man. Yeah, really neat. I don't know why these ones ended up working so well. It's actually really strange. Ingram, I'm not interested in that, and I'm frankly curious why you think that would be relevant to the stream conversation, dude. Why would we even talk about that here, man? Come on, don't make my job harder, please. Yeah, Alpha, it's all good, man. All good. I think 3 is going to be more like, it's going to be more like 2 than it is like 1 Hellfish, and 3 will be able to be flat packed against the side of a payload inside of the fairing, similar to the European robotic arm that's on Nauka. Three is going to be able to be flat packed. So when Nauka launched, it did launch with a robotic arm, a European robotic arm attached to the side. See? And that robotic arm when it launched, it was flat packed, like up against the side. I think now Canadarm 2, right? When they moved Canadarm 2 up, it was flat packed onto a shuttle pallet. I think the big difference between 2 and 3 is that instead of being able to flat pack it on a shuttle pallet, they want to flat pack it on the side of a module, not a functional cargo block like that, not that, but flat pack it like on the side of a Cygnus or something. The legs did work better after we added probe cores, right? Yeah, they did, dude. Yeah. Hey, Cats, what's going on, man? Yeah, the game's just trying my patience, guys. That's all. Like, I don't know why this thing works so well. There's really not that much fundamental differences between this one and the other one, but... See, it defaulted control to the damn landing leg. Which is kind of silly if you think about it. But it's probably something that I'm just kind of failing to understand here. And my control point is the landing leg control point here. So clearly there's probe core. There's some type of probe core priority that I just don't understand. We're going to get 3 out of 4. Yep. More like 1 out of 4, am I right? Here it goes, just going right next to the propellant depot again. You know what? Let's just crash onto it. Why not? Releasing them one at a time, Eric, believe it or not, does the exact same thing that my test lander just did. Releasing one, it works just fine. You release the second one, the vehicle... It brings up the, oh, you crashed menu. Yeah, there's something weird with docking port logic that, yeah, the game doesn't like. Though I don't understand what the vessel ranking is, J-Speed. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Maybe we could put a different probe core on the actual vehicle. See if we can find a probe core that takes priority. Like maybe the RGU takes priority over that. And let's see what that does. But see, on my test vehicle... I had the biggest probe core, the 5-meter probe core on there. And that didn't really seem to make a difference, interestingly enough. It defaulted control to one of the landing legs. What about a crew capsule?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, we'd have to see. My main probe is the root part. No, and Tanny, it's not. Hey, Demon, 58-month resub. Thank you. Maybe it'll help. Sure. Let's see what it does. Yeah, actually, setting probe core as root might fix it, dude. It's possible. None of the other designs that I've had the probe core set as my root part. That might do it. It defaulted the control point correctly. Alright, let's go up in the air. Set this to straight up. Right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Aqualex. Let's try it. Let's try deploying them one at a time. See what happens. Yeah, I don't know why it thinks the decoupled thing is the vessel that I'm decoupling from, Hilness. It's very strange. Alright, let's just set this SAS up. Well, it defaulted to the right probe core that time. It's interesting that we saw the exact same problem. If the legs probe is facing up to match the probe, it might keep it from rotating the craft. I'll try it. Yeah. So mutter, if we were gonna do this. That's how that's gonna need to be. It's gonna need to be like that, right? That'll do it. All right, let's try it. Let's try it with clamps, see what happens. I think you're onto something, man. I think you're onto something, dude. The docking port could define the rotation of the root part, so... Yeah, Bandit, all signs are pointing towards that, dude. Let's try this one at a time. For the most part, 95, yeah. It's the angle of whatever the leg snap dock to at the same time. Modded that may, dude, that may have done it. Like, that, I don't know why, but it may have did it. That may have worked. I also think that the tolerances on these docking ports aren't exactly right. Because if you, here, let's use the free look. If you go in here and look, see where it snapped? It snapped completely out of line. So that docking port might need to move forward a little bit. Let's try that. Let's try that. See if we can get a good adherence on all this stuff. Now test it without the clamps. You're a clamp! Clampers. Clampers. It's pretty clampers. Big, big Altair. Big Altair. Let's try to move them out. Just one more tick. 95. I'm a tick. 95. You know what I need you to do? I need you to look at this 9-inch differential that I painted last night. Look, it really looks good, right? Yeah, it's a 9-inch rear end. Really nice. See? Look, the paint came out great. Just saying. Yeah, not the direction you thought I was going with that, was it? It's humongous. Actually, it's a light-duty one. Vanta Black, Eric, yeah. Nice differential. All right, dudes. What do we want to do? Do we want to try deploying 1 or deploying 4? All 4 send it. All right. We got 3 out of 4, dang it. $75 is still a passing grade, not in aerospace engineering. 75 is failure by a long shot. Yeah, Aglex, yeah, that's cool, man. How did they... Yeah, they flat packed the thing. It's actually pretty cool. I think Canadarm 3 will be like that.
Russians.
Yeah, you see how they packed it and it kind of wrapped around? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right. I'm wondering if, we can use something to push it open. In the past, we've been using landing gear, but one of the big reasons why I don't want to use landing gear in this design is because you get nasty phantom forces around planets when you're going to land with the landing gear, and that makes the game really not fun. That's one of the big reasons why I decided to go with a design like this. Yeah. Yeah, we would deploy them in space, yes. Yay, yes. So I would want landing legs to open this, but you don't really want that. Well, you need something that's collidable that could push these things open at the same rate. That might do it, man. And it would look kind of cool, too. I didn't click on that, game. I did not initiate parts menu opening. So here's what we'll do. We'll AG. The skinny extendable antennas would work. Alright, well I have the solar panels placed already, so. Let's go into action group 1. Oh, that turns on the swivels. Let's go into action group 3. is on there. All right, ready? Let's try this here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. No. Damn. Don't mind me. The turbo didn't go that time. Must have been George Russell's turbo. Let's try really pushing those things. We didn't need that, right? Yeah, it's a landing leg ride. We kinda did. All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, maybe not that fast. Maybe not that fast. You weren't kidding about making a big lander, big lander, big Chungus lander. No, I wasn't. It's a 10-meter lander. It's going to go on Triton. And it has Kraken Tech deployable landing legs that we are like this close from getting this right. Hey, Odic. I'm working on landing legs. Eins, zwei, drei, go! Come on. That's it. No! 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 Why? Why? Oh, man. Do a lander with 3 legs. Okay, stupid idea time. Thanks, game. Very cool. I think so, Aqualux, yeah. If we refocus the deploy after every... gonna take those off for a second, guys. Not really, 95, no. I mean, we could get rid of them, dude, if you want. And then just... let's try that. Yeah, I know what you mean, Aqualex. I understood what you mean. I know that because I said I understand what you're talking about after you said it. It's something with the landing legs, Ryder. Yeah. Or not the landing legs, with the launch clamps, I think. But, I mean, just because that, like, here, let's literally do the same exact test to see if it works. I'm gonna do the same exact thing. It's all good, man. I know it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm thinking maybe a quick save and a quick load after each one is a good idea. So, like, deploy one, quick save, reload. Deploy the second one, quick save, reload. Instead of controlling from here. Controlling from here might do it, but I wanted... let's just do the same thing again and see if it docks all four. You know what I mean? Yeah, if the simulation's inconsistent, guys, there's really not a lot we can do with Kraken Tech to make it work right, you know? Yeah, Blackness, that's not a bad idea either. That's not a bad idea either, dude. Have you tried lowering the attraction force of the docking ports? Yeah, I think they're already zeroed, Argador. I think. Let me take a look. Oh. They were zeroed at one point. Let's try that. Let's try it. Let's try doing the same thing, see what it does. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just, if we lower the docking attraction to 0, they'll only lock in when they're perfectly lined up. Maybe that'll do it. That might do it.
Discovery, go at throttle
So,
up.
gee, 61 months. How's it going with the Kraken tech? Kraken tech is a little bit inconsistent, dudes. Flame Trench Chungus. I honestly hate that that part window pops up when your vessel crashes. It's like here, it's kind of like oh, you're about to see your vessel crash. No, no. Here, look at this window. Try putting it on a so-orbital trajectory and doing it up in space. This thing has the delta V to do it. Yeah, we were doing this previously, 95. I don't think you were here, though. Yeah, this is a redundant test that we've already messed with, but, you know, if that's how you want to do it. Just go. Just go. I have, Farron, yeah. I'm pretty sure you were here when I was before. Yeah, it always... I tried setting docking port tolerance to 0 in the save file. It just defaults it back to 50. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, homie. Like, there's not much I can do about it. I really hope they work with docking port physics and change it, because I just, yeah, I think it could be improved upon. Let me put it to you. Fine, I don't need you anyway. Hey, Goose. No good ideas. That's okay. That's alright, man. No, stop it. I haven't tested multi-port docking yet, Farron. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that multi-port docking is not something you'd want to attempt right now. No, that's no. Yes, hi. I would just like you to go up, please. Just up. That's all. Okay, there we go. Suborbital. Suborbitable. Suborbitable. Okay. Quick save. And oops. don't know what to do. Yeah, stupid man, I got a lot on my plate right now, dude. I don't usually have the patience that I have with KSP. I'm not 100% sure why this is happening. Yeah. I want to build that damn lander, but, you know what I might do today? I might work on the truck. Might do some work on the truck today. I might go install that rear end. That's really what I've been wanting to do for a little while. On stream, by the way, on stream. Yeah, if you guys wanted to do that. Truck work and then take a vacation to Hainendock? No. Going to re-weld the diff? No. What? No. Yeah. Guys, you know what? Let's get that done, and then we'll go back to KSP. Yeah. Hey, Stardust. Long-time lurker, just wanted to say thanks for teaching me a lot about how the orbital mechanics work. Simplifying things for you, way you understand. My pleasure, dude. Sure. Yeah, guys, like, I haven't been on my A game the last week and a half, just because, like, fellas, I have some other stuff that I'm working on. Again, we got another side project, and I might end up I might end up being a little late for the stream on Thursday because of another project that I'm working on. I have a meeting. Something good might come of it. I don't know. Hey Whitney, what's going on? So I might be like maybe an hour late on Thursday, but yeah, I've been putting in a bunch of hours before the stream and after to get the truck ready. I need the truck ready for the wedding because yeah, Brimo and I really want it to be our getaway car for the wedding. So I'm good, Whitney. I'm good. Yeah. So yeah, fellas, you know, we can do some good stuff today. We can install that rear end, which is that's gonna be actually pretty cool. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do that for a change here. Let's go over to Science and Technology, and let's say installing a differential in an old car.